Ladies and gentlemen, we present you Jember Sumringah Traditional Dance by Sanggar Tari Hastarini.
Kami persembahkan penampilan tari pembuka dengan judul Jember Sumringah oleh Sanggar Tari Hastarini. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Jember bersatu.
Suaranya, Men. Suaranya tidak, musiknya tidak terdengar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
The Excellencies, Rector of the University of Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna M.Eng.
Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Jember, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna M.Eng.
The Honorable Advisor of ICCGANT Research Group and President of INACOM, Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin, M.Com, SC, PhD.
Yang kami hormati Penasihat ICCGANT Research Group dan Presiden INACOM, Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin, M.Com, SC, PhD.
The Honorable Chairman of ICCGANT Research Group, Profesor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc, PhD.
Yang kami hormati Ketua ICCGANT Research Group, Profesor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc, PhD.
Our invited speaker, Profesor Dr. Basuki Widodo, MSc from 10 November Institute of Technology, Indonesia. Dr. M. Venkatachalam from Kongunadu Arts and Science College, India. Professor Adil Bagirov, PhD from the Federation University Australia. Dr. Joe Ryan from School of Electrical Engineering and Computing, Australia.
Yang kami hormati invited speaker Profesor Dr. Basuki Widodo, MSc dari Institut Teknologi 10 November Indonesia. Dr. M. Venkatachalam dari Kongunadu Arts and Science College, India. Profesor Adil Bagirov, PhD dari Federation University Australia, dan Dr. Joe Ryan dari School of Electrical Engineering and Computing, Australia.
And of course, we would like to welcome all of our guests and participants for today's agenda.
Serta hadirin yang berbahagia.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to God for the blessing and the guidance given to all of us, so we can come and join this event without any obstacles.
Marilah kita bersama-sama panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas limpahan rahmat-Nya kita dapat menghadiri acara The Fourth International Conference Combinatorics, Graph Theory and Network Topology, ICCGANT 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda for the second conference are: first, opening; second, singing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya and Hymne UNED; third, prayer; fourth, speech from the chairman of ICCCGANT Research Group; fifth, opening remarks from Rector of the University of Jember; sixth, photo session, and the last is closing.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, berikut adalah susunan acara pada pagi hari ini. Acara pertama adalah pembukaan, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Himne Universitas Jember, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan pembacaan doa, sambutan Ketua ICCCGANT Research Group, opening remarks oleh Rektor Universitas Jember, foto bersama, dan diakhiri dengan penutup.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is singing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and Hymne UNED.
Acara selanjutnya adalah menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Himne Universitas Jember. Kepada yang bertugas disilahkan. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Menyanyikan lagu Himne Universitas Jember.
Semua bersatu.
Hadirin dipersilakan duduk kembali.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is prayer that will be led by Dr. Hobri, SPD, MPD.
Acara selanjutnya adalah pembacaan doa oleh Dr. Hobri, SPD, MPD. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Hobri, SPD, MPD, disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh. Wa na'udzu billahi min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Alhamdulillah, indeed all praise is due to Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala. We praise Him and seek His help and forgiveness. We seek refuge in Allah from our soul evils and our wrongdoings. He whom Allah guides, no one can misguide, and he whom He misguide, no one can guide. Wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. I bear witness that there is no God except Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala, alone without any partners. And I bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and messenger. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilm wa barakatan fil rizq wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut wan najata minan nari wal afwa indal hisab. Ya Allah, you are peace, and all peace is from you, and all peace written to you. In conjunction of the 4th International Conference on Combinatorics, Graph Theory, and Network Topology 2020. Give us among those whom you guide. Grant us health and pardon among those whom you grant health and pardon. I beg you to make my asking you best and my supplication best. I beg you the best success, the best work, the best reward, the best life, and the best deed. I beg you to make my scale heavy with reward, to make me strong in fight, to rise me in rank, to accept my prayer, and to forgive my sin. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar. Wa adkhilnal jannata mal abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech from Chairman of ICCGANT Research Group. We would like to invite Professor Dr. David, MSc, PhD.
Acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan oleh Ketua ICCGANT Research Group. Kepada yang terhormat, Profesor Dr. David, MSc, PhD, disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillah, wa syukurillah, wala haula wala quwata illa billah, amma ba'du. Your Excellency, Rector of the University of Jember, Bapak Dr. Iwan Taruna M.Ing, Honorable today's invited speaker, Associate Professor Joe Ryan from the University of Newcastle, the Honorable President of INACOMS, Profesor Dr. Andes Lamin, MCOM SC PhD, and all the organizing committee of the fourth International Conference on Combinatoric Graph Theory and Network Topology, and of course, all the lovely participants who are joining in today's cloud meeting conference. First of all, I should thanks to all of you, to participants who from yesterday, who already joined with us, either in the plenary session or in the parallel session. This conference organized by ICCCGANT, which has been 4 years ago, and now this year is the fourth international conference of ICCGANT. We have at least 150 participants and 8,500 speaker in the plenary speaker. They come and join with us through online and webinar format conference, and they have some of them share their current research either in combinatorics or in applied mathematics, as well as in information system. I believe this conference give a lot benefit to all participants, not only of the lecturer, as well as a student, and I see in the conference participant, some of them from a teacher and practitioners. The conference aimed to bring the current research and to disseminate to other researchers such that we aware that there are a lot of progress in the research, especially on combinatorics. Today is the second day of the conference after having plenary session. We will welcome Associate Professor Joe Ryan first as an invited speaker from Australia, and later on Professor Slamin and other invited speaker as well. And in the afternoon time, we will have again a parallel session. I believe you still able to join with this conference, and I believe you will have a lot lesson learned and benefit from this conference for the better and future research. And hopefully this conference is enjoyable for all of you. And again, I should thanks to I love you and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is opening remarks from Rector of the University of Jember. We would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Taruna MN.
Acara selanjutnya adalah opening remarks oleh Rektor Universitas Jember. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna MN, disilakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Let me to greet one by one to whom I know. Of course, with respect Chair of ICCGANT, Prof. David, and I know also my colleague, Prof. Slamin, distinguished speakers, Joe Ryan, and of course, distinguished I also see here is the participant from foreign country. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear college researchers, lecturers, professors, students who are active in the field relevant to ICCGANT. It is my great pleasure actually and honor to welcome you at the present conference, which is held by ICCGANT University of Jember. This year we call it as the 4th ICCGANT, our International Conference on Combinatoric Graph Theory and Network Topology. They take the term of this conference, of course, about research related to graph theory and its application. Ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, we are still in the COVID-19 pandemic era. As we know by yesterday in our country, especially Indonesia, the number of confirmed positive cases is still increased daily and reach about 150,000. For that reason, we do our conference this year is in virtual rooms. We, of course, I of course hope the present activity does not lose its meaning and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that a conference like this is very essential for us, especially for academician, researcher, since we may use it as media for sharing experience of ideas from the previous our work in research, review, and survey. Usually, after the event, we will have some what we call it joint activity like research collaboration or joint writing and anything form our kind of activity that can optimize our abilities and our performance. It is to inform you that the performance of university in Indonesia is right now recognized based on the output and outcome. Therefore, I think ICCGANT doesn't just stop at this conference activity, because we will support ICCGANT to transform being a center of excellence that continues to encourage, because there can be what we call it, we hope can produce anything output and outcome that relevant to the institutional performance. Our commitment to ICCGANT is we will always encourage to be a productive organization. Of course, we encourage its performance to be in line or relevant to the university vision. I think Professor David know very well about this. And what I interesting to ICCGANT is I know that CGANT, I call it as one of the recognized as a university machines that produce publication at Scopus. I know that here is in 2019, the accumulative number of Scopus publication by CGAN member is about 225 articles. Very great. Yeah? And in 2020 has increased more than 100% and totally now becoming about 468 articles. I hope CGAN continue it consistently in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to talk about much more about this conference. I just want to say that I believe that our participation in this conference will lead us to accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices about what topics we are talking about today. Because the MC asked me to open this conference, starting by Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference. Enjoy your meeting and discussion. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is photo session. We would like to invite all of our guests to the stage, and also for our online guests, we would like to ask you to prepare your camera.
Acara selanjutnya adalah foto bersama. Hadirin dimohon untuk mengambil tempat, dan untuk peserta Zoom meetings dimohon untuk menyalakan kamera dan menghadap kamera masing-masing. Terima kasih. Baik, foto bersama akan kami mulai dengan hitungan 1, 2, 3. Baik, sekali lagi mungkin bisa sambil tersenyum untuk peserta yang ada di Zoom meetings. Baik, 1, 2, 3. Baik, freestyle. Oke, baik. 1, 2, 3. Baik, disampaikan terima kasih. Dimohon untuk kembali ke tempat.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the main agenda for today's event, paper presentation by the invited speaker, we would like to invite our moderator. Please welcome Robiatul Adawiyah SPD MSI and Rafiantika M. Prihandini SPD MSI.
Acara selanjutnya adalah acara inti, yakni pemaparan materi oleh para pembicara yang akan dipandu oleh moderator. Kami mengundang Ibu Robiatul Adawiyah SPD MSI selaku moderator dan Ibu Rafiantika M. Prihandini SPD MSI selaku notulen, disilakan.
Cek.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robiatul Adawiyah. I am the moderator of this second day of plenary session. I am not alone here. I am accompanied by my friend. Her name is Rafiantika Megahniah Prihandini, who will write all of the important things during this plenary session. I am very pleased to see you virtually and welcome all of you in this wonderful occasion in the 4th International Conference on Combinatorics, Graph Theory, and Network Topology, ICCGANT 2020. This conference is the annual conference which is conducted by CICCGANT Research Group, University of Jember. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this second day of plenary session, we will have 3 invited speakers. The first is Associate Professor Joe Ryan from University of Newcastle. The second is Professor David from University of Jember. And the third is Professor Slamin from University of Jember. Before we go on to the presentation of our invited speakers, let me read the regulation of this plenary session. Every speaker has an hour. It consists of 45 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for discussion. If the audience has a question, you can write the question in the chat box, or you can ask directly to the invited speakers by using raise hand feature in the Zoom. And then I will call your name first and you can unmute your microphone. Please mute your microphone during this plenary session if you have no importance. And please do not leave this plenary session until this plenary session ends. Okay, now we go to the first presentation of our first invited speakers, our Professor, Associate Professor Joe Ryan. Hello, Joe. How are you? Can you unmute your microphone, please? Hello, Joe.
Okay, I think I am live.
Okay, you are the co-host now, and you can share your screen. You can using the share screen feature in the Zoom.
Terima kasih and selamat pagi.
Okay, selamat pagi, Joe. Okay, while waiting for Associate Professor Joe Ryan preparing his presentation, I will read his CV. Associate Professor Joe Ryan is a senior lecturer in the Newcastle University. He is a lecturer in the School of Electrical Engineering and Computing, the University of Newcastle, Australia. His research interest is graph theory and network topology. He has about 93 publications in the Scopus with H index 12. Okay, for Associate Professor Joe Ryan, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm trying to make this larger. Okay, how is that? Firstly, I would like to thank the organisers for inviting me virtually to the 4th ICCGANT. I have been to this conference. I was at the first, and I'm pleased to be back. I only wish that I could be there in person in Jember, and I'm sorry I cannot. What I want to talk about today is a new topic. This topic I discovered when I was supervising some PhD students who were working on resolving sets and metric dimensions. When I mentioned this problem to them, they were at the stage of writing up and they did not want any more work. So they wrote up and successfully completed their PhDs. In the meantime, I visited Professor Ralph Classing at the University of Bordeaux in France and showed him this problem back in 2015. And Ralph Classing, myself and Mirka Miller from Newcastle worked on this problem shortly while we were in France. But unfortunately, Professor Miller passed away less than a year afterwards, and we did not do any more work on this problem. And it wasn't until a couple of years later that Florent Foucault met with Ralph Classing at the University of Bordeaux, and Ralph contacted me and asked if I'd done any more work on this problem. I had not, and he suggested that we continue working on it, even though it was a couple of years old. So we did a literary search and we found that nobody else had done this work. And although Florent had not met Mirka, Ralph and Florent asked me if we could include Mirka as an author because she was present at the start of research into this problem. And I happily agreed. Come January will be the 5th anniversary of Mirka Miller's passing away. And I'm sure there are many people at this conference and many people in Indonesia who remember her. And I would like to dedicate this talk to Professor Miller. So, okay, the concept is on distance edge monitoring. First of all, let's start with a vertex resolving set. Many of you would be familiar with this concept. The idea being that you choose some vertices in a graph and you use those to identify all other vertices in the graph by means of their distance from the selected vertices. In this little graph, I've selected the vertices in red, and so the distance from this vertex to itself is 0, and to the other red vertex is 2. From this vertex, it is 1 to that red vertex and 2 to the other. And you can see this is 2, 2, 1, 1. This one here takes 3 steps to get over to that vertex, but only 1 to here. The point is that all of these vertices are identified by a vector. And each of these little vectors, binary vectors in this case, are unique. And so we can use this resolving set to resolve these vertices, to identify all the vertices. So if we can do that, the set that we have selected is called a resolving set. And the idea is to find a minimum resolving set. In this case, this is a minimum resolving set, and the cardinality of the minimum resolving set, the size of the minimum resolving set, is called the metric dimension. So based on that, my idea was, what about an edge resolving set rather than a vertex resolving set? So is this an edge resolving set? Well, the way we check is if we can remove the edge and we change the vector. So for example, if we remove that edge, this vertex can no longer reach the red vertex in 1 step. You will have to go 2 steps. So this vector will change. And so we are able to detect that one of the edges in this graph has failed. In fact, we can even identify which particular edge it is. We know it's that one because it doesn't affect any of the other vertices. So is this a resolving set for edges? Well, no, because that edge that I just removed, this edge here, if we remove that, None of the vectors change. This still takes 2 steps to get either way. This can still get over here in 3 and 1. So this edge doesn't seem to matter. It's not covered. So our set, while it's a vertex resolving set, is not an edge resolving set. But if we take 3 vertices in our set, then each of the vectors are now 3, because there are 3 vertices to check the distances from. And now all of these edges are covered. In other words, if any edge fails, is deleted, at least one of these vectors will change, and that will indicate to us that something has gone wrong, that the edge has failed or been deleted. Okay, so that's the concept. It's almost exactly the same as vertex resolving set, but with edges. So you might think that that's a very simple concept, and it is, but nobody has done this before. In this case, by the way, these 3 vertices are also a vertex resolving set, because all of these vectors are different. It's not a minimal resolving set, a minimal vertex resolving set, because we saw it with 2, but it not only resolves the edges, but also the vertices. That's just a coincidence. We don't look for that in edge resolving sets, because if a vertex fails, then its incident edges will fail, and our edge resolving set will let us know. So all we need to do is cover the edges, and we automatically cover the vertices. Okay, so that's the introduction. Now some definitions. For a set of M vertices and an edge E of the graph, we let P of ME be the set of pairs XY, where X is in our set M and Y is another vertex in the graph, such that the distance from X to Y in the graph is not the same as the distance from X to Y in the graph if we remove that edge. In fact, it won't be just not equal to, it will actually be less than. Because if you take out an edge, you can't make the distance shorter. You have to make it longer or stay the same. And we're saying it doesn't stay the same if we have a resolving set. So the edge E belongs to all the shortest paths between X and Y in G. And so if we take E out, then X to Y will be a longer path. For a vertex X, if we let MX be the set of edges such that there's a vertex in G with XV being part of this P set, then E is in our set MX, and we say that E is monitored by X. X is the vertex that will change its vector if E is removed. There may be several vertices that will change, but there has to be at least one if that edge is to be monitored. Okay, so a set M of vertices is distance edge monitoring. If every edge is monitored by some vertex in the set, and like in the case of metric dimension, what we are after is the smallest distance edge monitoring set, or DEM. Now, we looked at this problem and came up with a couple of theories regarding complexity. In the first case, we looked at VC, which is vertex cover. I'm assuming that everybody understands the concept of vertex cover. It's every vertex in the graph is either in the vertex cover or it's adjacent to the vertex cover. So the vertex cover is less than or equal to the distance edge monitoring set of G crossed with K1. So K1 is a single vertex that's attached to every other vertex or every vertex in G. So the vertex cover, or the DEM is between the vertex cover and the vertex cover plus 1. If G has radius at least 4, then we can say that they are equal. And that led us on to, as a corollary, that the DEM is NP complete, even for graphs from a planar subcubic graph attached to a universal vertex. This K1 is the universal vertex. So because the problem is NP complete, then we can start breaking it down and looking at some particular cases. And that's where the problem gets interesting. When we start looking at particular cases, we cannot, well, unless P equals NP, we cannot find a general theorem to cover everything. So we start looking at what we've got. Here's a theorem for X in the vertex set of G and E a bridge. E is a bridge. Again, I'm assuming that people know what a bridge is. A bridge in a graph is an edge that, if it's removed, will disconnect the graph. So if E is a bridge, then E must be in the set X for all X in the graph. And it's a very simple proof. We say, let E be the edge between the vertices U and V, then the distance from X to U cannot be the same as the distance from X to V, because X is either in the part of the graph that contains U or in the part of the graph that contains V. But it can't be in both because there's only one edge between those two parts, because it's a bridge. So these distances have to be different. If, let's say, that X is closer to U than it is to V, then V is in the set P of X and E. And if X is in the other side, if it's closer to V than it is to U, then the edge XU is in P. Either way, the bridge is going to be in MX. And that is the same for all vertices in the graph. Now, that's important because if G is a connected graph with at least one edge, then the distance edge monitoring set of G contains one element if and only if G is a tree. And that should be obvious because in a tree, every edge is a bridge. If you take any edge away from a tree, you are disconnecting the tree. You are disconnecting the graph. So every edge is a bridge. So all you need is one vertex in your set. And if any edge is removed, you'll find that the distance from that vertex to the vertex in your set will become infinite, will be undetermined because the graph will no longer be connected. So that's the case for trees. This, I'm finding this slide hard to read myself because of all the messages that are coming through from the waiting room. I hope you're able to understand it. And I promise to make these slides available to Professor Dafik, Professor Slamin, whoever needs these. Okay, let's carry on with a few more results. If X is any vertex in the graph, let's indicate by L sub ix the set of vertices at distance I from X. Now, I'm not using N for neighborhood here because the neighborhood I would include all vertices out as far as I. What I want are the vertices at I, just in an orbit, at distance I, not closer. So that's why I'm using L instead of N. So an edge UV is in our set around X if and only if one end is in Li and the other end, V, is the only neighbor of U closer to X, one step closer to X. Okay, think about that. X is resolving this edge, and so this edge is on all shortest paths. Okay, so X to U must go through V. So U is at distance I, but because we must go through V, then V must be at distance I minus 1. And there's your edge. Now, if this is the case, then we have layers from neighbors of X at distance 1, and then distance 2, distance 3, down to distance I. But there are no edges between vertices at the same distance. And there are no edges in the resolving set. There are no edges to those vertices going further back. So because there are no edges at siblings, at vertices on the same level, there are no odd cycles and there are no even cycles. So there are no cycles, which means we're dealing with a tree, except that it doesn't need to be connected. So what we're dealing with is a forest. So there are no cycles and the set of edges doesn't need to form a connected graph. It does need to form an acyclic graph. And so we have a forest. Okay, so since the problem is NP complete, let's look at some particular graphs. We already started with trees, and that's all trees. That takes in everything from stars, which have vertices of a very big degree, to paths, which have vertices of a very small degree but large diameter. And we found that the size of the set for all trees is 1. Let's go to the other end and have a look at complete graphs. The graphs that are the densest graphs. The size of Kn of a complete graph on n vertices is n minus 1. And here's an example. Here's a little K5 where I've chosen 4 of the vertices, n minus 1 vertices for my set, and not this one. But if you notice, each of the edges is incident with one of the vertices in our set. So that if any of the edges are deleted, the vector will change. If this edge is deleted, then this vertex can no longer get to the vertex in the set in 1 step. It has to go 2 steps. So its vector will change, and that will indicate to us that an edge has been removed. If we try and get away with something smaller, if we try and get away with just 3 vertices, and have 2 not in the set, then this edge is unmonitored. If that edge is deleted, this vertex can still reach all vertices in the set in one go. This vertex can still reach all vertices in the set in one step. And the vertices in the set can reach each other in one step. And so if this edge is deleted, we don't know. It's not monitored. So to monitor all edges, you need n-1 for the complete graph. Okay, let's move along. What about a grid? The grid AB has A rows and B columns. In this case, my little example has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. So this is G54. And I've started selecting my set by making sure I take 1 out of each row and 1 out of each column. Because there are more rows than columns, one particular column is going to have 2. That's okay, as long as each row and each column has at least 1 member of the set. So I'm going to need at least 5 to cover all the rows. Now, have I covered all edges? Are all edges being monitored? Well, if we look, we can see that edges adjacent to the vertices in the set must be covered. All right. So these edges must be covered, because if that edge is gone, then this one cannot reach that in one step. So any edges that are incident with edges in the set are automatically covered. So that's all of these ones in dark, and down here as well. If that's missing, this vertex can no longer get there in one step. Its vector will change and we will be aware. But what about this one? There, 1, 2, 3. If that edge is removed, it cannot get over here in 3 steps. This edge, if we look, this vertex, if we look at this vertex, that edge is incident to it, and if it's gone, 1, 2, can no longer get there in 2 steps. If this edge is gone, it can no longer get to that vertex in 2 steps. If this edge is gone, well, 1, 2, 3, it can still go 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't matter. So this edge is not covered? Well, it is actually, because if it's missing, this vertex can no longer get up to there in 3 steps. So if you're looking at an edge, you must check both end vertices. And in this case, we find that all edges are covered by the little arrangement that I have made. And in fact, our theorem is that the distance edge monitoring set of the grid AB is whichever is the largest from A or B. In this case, A is the largest. There are 5 rows. And B, excuse me, and B is only 4. So we need 5. If A and B are equal, then fine, whichever one it is. So if we had an extra row, an extra column, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th one would go onto the last column and would cover. So that's the case for trees, complete graphs, and grids. Let's go on. Here's a new term for you. You may not be familiar with the arboricity of the graph. The arboricity of the graph, which is just written as ARB of G, is the smallest number of sets into which the edges of the graph can be partitioned such that each set induces a forest. Okay, so you partition the edges so that each one of those sets is a forest, is an acyclic graph that's not necessarily connected, and it's the smallest number of sets that you need. So in a tree, the smallest number of sets is 1 because a tree is automatically a forest. Yes, in mathematics, 1 tree makes a forest. I don't think that's true in nature, not in Indonesia, not even in Australia. But in mathematics, 1 tree. So if you start with a tree, the arboricity is 1 set. If you start with a cycle, you have 2 sets. You take out 1 edge, that's one of your sets, and what's left is the other set, and they are both forests. Well, both trees. Okay, so that's the concept of arboricity. The clique number, I think you know, a clique is just a complete subgraph in a graph. So the clique number is the size of the largest clique, the size of the largest subgraph. Now, for any graph with n vertices and m edges, we have that the distance edge monitoring size of the graph is greater than the arboricity. That's because, as we showed, the set m's are breaking down into forests. And the smallest number in the forests is arb, so this cannot be any smaller. It can be equal or greater. So we have a bound, a lower bound for DEM. It's the arboricity. So DEM is greater than or equal to the number of edges divided by n minus 1, because n minus 1 is the largest number of edges you can have in a forest. Again, your forest consists of 1 tree, but in mathematics, that's okay. And DEM is also bounded below by the size of the largest clique divided by 2. Okay, and you can see that because you can break a clique down. How many sets do you need to break down a complete graph into forests? Okay, and because DEM is a breakdown into forests, that again gives you another bound. So we can choose the larger of these bounds to give us a lower bound for DEM. Now, here's a theorem, and I'm going back to vertex cover now, and a little observation. In a graph G of order n vertices, any vertex cover, and this is the same vertex cover that I mentioned in the slide about complexity, right? Any vertex cover is a distance edge monitoring set, because a vertex cover covers all edges in the graph. It may not be minimal, but it is a distance edge monitoring set. So the distance edge monitoring set is no greater than a vertex cover. It could be less than or equal to, and of course, it's less than or equal to n minus 1, which is the case for a complete graph. So if C is our vertex cover, then for every edge in the graph, there's a vertex in the graph where E is in the monitoring set of that vertex, MX. So our set C, our vertex cover, is distance edge monitoring. Now, if for every vertex of the graph, MX consists of exactly the set of edges incident with X, then M is a distance edge monitoring of G if and only if it's a vertex cover. Be careful, we are not saying that this gives us a characterization of all graphs where the vertex cover is equal to the distance edge monitoring. But we do have some graphs where they are equal. And some of these are important graphs. Here's an example. The complete bipartite graph. A vertex cover, a minimal vertex cover of the complete bipartite graph is the size of the smaller of the two bipartite sets. So in our example here, we have K3, 4. 3 is the smaller partite set. And so we select those vertices. Now those vertices are a vertex cover. They cover every edge. And so they are also distance edge monitoring. If any of these edges is deleted, if that edge is deleted, then this vertex can no longer reach that vertex in one step. It has to go 1, 2, 3. So its vector will change, and we will be aware that the edge has been deleted. Not just aware that an edge has been deleted, we know which edge, because we know that this vertex has the vector 1, 1, 1. This vertex has the vector 1, 1, 1. So does this vertex, so does that vertex. So they are not vertex resolving vectors. This is not a vertex resolving set, but it is an edge resolving set. Because if any edge is removed, say that one, then this vector now becomes 1, 3, 1. And so we know that the edge between this vertex and the second vertex in the edge monitoring set is the edge that's missing. So this set tells us 1, that an edge is missing, and 2, where it is. So this set is not only a vertex cover, it's also a distance edge monitoring set. As I said, that's not the case for all vertex covers, and it's not the case for all graphs, but it is the case in complete bipartite graphs, which are an important family of graphs. It's also true in another important family of graphs, the hypercubes. This example of a hypercube is Q4, okay? And a vertex cover of Q4 requires exactly half the vertices. As you can see, there are just as many black vertices as there are red ones. So the vertex cover of the hypercube HD is a half of 2 to the D. So in this case, H4, we have 2 to the 4 minus 1, 2 cubed, which is 8. And they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The 8 red vertices are not only a vertex cover, but they are also a distance edge monitoring set. So your vertex cover will always give you a distance edge monitoring, but it won't always give you a minimal. And DEM is the smallest value. Okay, so we've looked at grids, complete graphs, complete bipartite graphs, hypergraphs, trees. trees. We could go on to the next sparsest set of graphs, which are unicyclic graphs. Let's take the cycle. In the cycle, we cannot have just one vertex in our set. We've already said that if that's the case, it must be a tree. So we must have at least two in our set. Is two enough? Well, for this even cycle, obviously the two edges adjacent to the vertices in the set are covered. Is that edge covered? Well, if it's removed, this vertex can no longer get there in two steps. It has to go around the other way. And this vertex can no longer get there in two steps. It has to go around the other way. So yes, that edge is covered. By symmetry, this edge is covered. All edges are covered. Two vertices does the trick. And for odd cycles, we get the same. If this edge is removed, then what? 1, 2, 3 to get to there. If it's still in, 1, 2. So by removing that edge, this vertex can no longer get to that vertex in two steps. It has to go 3. So this edge is covered. That edge is covered. These three edges are all incident with edges in the set. So they are all covered. So two vertices are all you need to cover a cycle. Now, it goes a little bit further than that. If we look at a thing called the feedback edge set, what's the feedback edge set? It has another name that you might be familiar with, the cyclomatic number. I didn't put that on the slide. I can put it in the notes. But the feedback edge set, FES, or the cyclomatic number, is the smallest number of edges that can be removed to leave a forest. Now remember, a tree counts as a forest, a single tree. So if we already have a tree, we don't need to remove any edges. So FES for a tree is 0. And so DEM is FES plus 1, 0 plus 1 is 1, which we know to be true. If H is a unicyclic graph, if it has just one cycle, then you need to remove one edge from the cycle in order to leave a forest, in this case, a tree. So we need to remove one. So FES is 1. And so the distance edge monitoring set of any unicyclic graph is 2. Now, this looks like, okay, maybe DEM is always equal to the feedback edge set plus 1. It's certainly the case for trees, and it's certainly the case for unicyclic graphs. So let's look at some other of our favorite graphs that we like to look at this stage. If we look at wheels, we know that we cannot have just one vertex in the set. A wheel is not a tree. So we put down 2, and I've selected this in the middle because this covers all the spoke edges, all the spokes. So that's a very good place to put one of our vertices. We put another one on the rim, then all the spokes are covered. These vertices incident with that vertex are also covered. What about this edge? If that edge is removed, this vertex can still get there in one step. And instead of going that way, it can still get to the other vertex in 2 steps. So the vector doesn't change. And it doesn't change at this end either. It's still 1, 1. So if that's removed, we don't know. That edge is not monitored. So we're going to need more vertices in our set. And we find that if we put them in like so, we have 4 vertices for this wheel. And now all edges are covered. This vertex covers all the spokes, and the rim vertices are covered by these, sorry, the rim edges are covered by the rim vertices. So I'm calling this wheel W7, by the way, because there are 7 vertices. Some people call this W6 because it's based on a 6 cycle. That's very poor, and I wish I could say that there was one way that we would all agree on, but people don't. So when you're dealing with wheels, be sure to define them very carefully so that people know this is either W6 or W7, but they have to know. I'm calling it W7 because the little subscript tends to indicate how many vertices are in the graph. C6 is a 6 cycle. In other words, if it was C6, you'd expect to see 6 vertices in the graph. K33, there are 2 sets, both having 3 vertices in each. So for this one, I chose the number of vertices. And so 4, I'm saying that that is 7 vertices. 7 over 2, we take the ceiling of that, it's 4. If you'd prefer to use the number of vertices in the cycle, that's fine. Just put a +1 next to the end. It'll still work. But pick one and stay with it. By the way, paths are also a problem. PN. Many people, myself included, believe that that means a path on n vertices. But there are some people who believe it's a path on n edges, which means there are n+1 vertices. Again, that's a problem that hasn't been resolved. I wish it would, because it can only lead to confusion. So make sure when you're dealing with things like wheels and paths that you carefully define what you're dealing with. With cycles and complete graphs, they're okay. There's no confusion. So on our previous slide, we thought, what about if DEMG is equal to FVSG plus 1? What if it's equal to the feedback edge set plus 1? It works for trees, it works for unicyclic graphs, but it doesn't work for wheels. If it does, you would be able to remove 3 edges from this structure and leave a forest. And I don't think you can do it. In fact, I'm sure you cannot. Okay, so that's pretty much as far as I have gotten. What I would like to leave you with now are some problems that, if anybody finds this material interesting, they may like to work on. And as a special incentive, this has one paper, the paper by Florian, Ralph, Mirka, and myself. So there's a lot of material still to be done. And as a suggestion, I might say, what about something like this? First of all, find the distance edge monitoring set of your favorite graph. It could be the sausage graphs. It could be those trees where you join up the leaves together. It could be any number of other graphs that I haven't already looked at. Don't go looking at all the different trees, banana trees, olive trees, firecrackers. They're all trees. They're all done. But there are many, many other graphs that are not done. Since we just did the wheel, you might like to think about the gear graph. That just came to me and I haven't done it. The gear graph is where we subdivide the rim edges of a wheel. In some cases, it's known as the Jehanga graph. But you can go even more specific than that. You can subdivide the edges and the spokes. You can doubly subdivide the edge, the rim edges, and singly subdivide the spokes, or doubly subdivide both, or totally generalize your subdivision of your graph. None of that has been done. So if anybody is interested, there's somewhere to start. Here's another one. We found out that DEMG is always, oh, sorry, that should be equal to. No, it's not. Always less than or equal to fs plus 1. Well, that is the case in trees. That is the case in unicyclic graphs. That is not the case in wheels. So find out for which graphs this is the case and put them in a special class. Maybe something will be revealed by properties of graphs in that class. Characterize the graphs where the distance edge magic monitoring set is equal to the vertex cover. We already know that complete bipartite graphs and hypercubes are parts of this. What other graphs would fit into that characterization with those? And finally, for anybody that likes playing with graph algorithms, find graph classes where the DEM, the distance edge monitoring set, has polynomial or parametrized exact or constant factor approximation factors. This last part was suggested by Mike Fellows, who's very big on parametrized complexity. Okay, and that is all I have. I'm sorry I didn't make a Terima kasih slide. Allow me to say, Terima kasih, thank you for listening, and I hope you find this research instructive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Jorayan. Terima kasih. Very nice talk from Associate Professor Jorayan about the distant edge monitoring. For participants who has a question, you can use the raise hand feature, or you can unmute your microphone to talk with Joe directly, or you can write your question in the chat box. Any question? Okay, there is a question from Mrs. Rika Amalia for Associate Professor Jorayan. Okay, Joe.
Yes, I see that question in the chat box.
Okay, what is the original idea of the distant edge monitoring? Is this came from the real problem? Okay, for Associate Professor Jorayan, you can answer it.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. This does have real world application. If you have a network set up, then one of the things we like to do with the network is check how robust it is, check on its connectivity. The idea of placing what they call PMU, phase monitoring units, on particular vectors is what gave the vertex resolving set its impetus. It's what started from that. And this is just a case of saying, okay, instead of looking at the vertices, whether they're still active or if they are compromised, let's look at the edges. If we look at the edges, we will then see either the vertex has been disconnected from the network, or some of the edges have been compromised. So by looking at this way, we not only find out more about the network itself, but we also find out about the vertices in the network. So I think this is more powerful because it gives us both instructions, looking at the connectivity of the vertices and the edges.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. For Ms. Rika, is that enough, or do you have any further question?
There's one here from Kiki Sugeng.
Yeah, the next question from Mrs. Kiki Sugeng. Do you think that the characterization of DEMG equal to phase G plus 1 has relation with number of edge in the graph? Okay, for Joe, time is yours.
That's a very good question. Yes, we know that it's true for the sparse graphs like trees and unicyclic graphs. It may well be the case that when you get more dense graphs that this will not be the case. And so we're only looking at something very small. But wheels are fairly sparse graphs. They have only twice as many edges as there are vertices. So they're not very dense, and it's still not working there. And it may be that there are different different bounds come along. We have discovered that 5 times FES minus 5 is an upper bound, we think, for all graphs. Okay, 5 times FES minus 5. So somewhere between FES plus 1 and 5 FES minus 5 is going to be the true upper bound. It's not FES plus 1. We know 5 FES minus 5 does work, does something smaller work. Or do we characterize those for which each one of them work? All good questions, none of which have been studied, all waiting to be picked. Some juicy fruit here.
Okay, Bu Kiki, do you have any other question? Maybe you can ask to Joe Ryan directly.
Yeah, thank you. It's very nice presentation, Joe. I think this is a very interesting topics that we can do more. Yeah, I'm just thinking about like the number of edges may be like very, what you call it, close to the number of vertices. So it's very, very sparse, but yeah, we don't know. So we need to do more research about that. But anyway,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, thank you, Kiki. Good to see you again. And I like your question. I think that superlinear or even quadratic graphs might prove to be problematic, especially things like multipartite graphs. So they are probably worth looking at. And I haven't done any yet. And as far as I know, neither has anybody else.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, thank you, Joe. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Any other question from the participants? Please, because we still have about 5 minutes. No more question? Okay, thank you very much, Joe. I think all of the participants here have already understood about your presentation about distance age monitoring. Terima kasih banyak, Joe Ryan. But before we go on to our next invited speakers, I will give a little summary about Associate Professor Joe Ryan's talk about the distance age monitoring. This is the new graph theoretic concept in the area of network monitoring. Formally, a set M of vertices of graph G is called a distance edge monitoring set if for HE of G there is a vertex X of M and a vertex Y of VG such that E belong to all subpath between X and Y. When the HE fails, the distance dxy increase that we are able to detect the failure. It turns out that we cannot only detect the failing edge, but look at it as well. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih for Associate Professor Joe Ryan. Please give a virtual applause for Associate Professor Joe Ryan. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Okay, now we go on to the second invited speakers in the second day of plenary session of ICCGANT 2020. which will be delivered by Professor David MSc PhD. I'm sorry. The next talk will be delivered by Professor Slamin MCom SC PhD. Okay, hello Professor Slamin, how are you?
Hello, Obi. I'm fine. Thank you. Hello, Joe. Hello, Bu Kiki. Hello, everyone.
Hello, okay. You are the co-host now. You can use
All right.
the share screen feature, Professor Slamin. While waiting for the presentation of Professor Slamin, let me read the CV of Professor Slamin first. Professor Slamin MCom SC PhD is a lecturer in the Faculty of Computer Science in University of Jember. His research interests in graph theory and network topology, and he graduated from Master of Computer Science from University of Newcastle, Australia, and he got the Doctor of Philosophy Computer Science in 2002 from the University of Newcastle, Australia. Now, he is the president of Indonesian Combinatoric Society INACOMS with the number of Scopus document 73 and the H index 12. For Professor Slamin, floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Obi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning for everyone, especially our invited speaker, Joe Ryan, and our president of INACOM, Ibu Kiki. Yeah. Since not all participants are graph theorists, so I choose topics which is very classic and old in graph theory, namely graph coloring. And in this topic, in this talk, I will give some definition, introduction to the variation of graph coloring, and as well as derivation and application. First of all, I would like to thank to organizer who invite me to be one of the invited speaker in the fourth international conference on combinatoric graph theory and network topology. All right, I will start my talk with some introduction, which is the history of graph coloring. And the second one, I will give some variation of graph coloring. I start with the very old one, vertex coloring, and then edge coloring and other type of coloring. And then in the third part, I will give some derivation of graph coloring, which is actually derivated from graph labeling. And I will end up with some motivation. So everybody who is not work in graph theory will motivate to work in graph theory after that, okay? Now, let me give some history of graph coloring, okay? Started with the problem of coloring. I take this history from the paper of Voloshin in 2009. In this paper, he described about the history of coloring a map, yeah, start the coloring map in the country in such a way that no two countries that have a common border receive the same colors. Yeah, you can imagine the maps, yeah, especially when you see in Europe, there are a lot of countries there. So if we color its map, yeah, represent the country, it must be have used different colors, yeah. So the idea, if the country are represented by vertices and border by edge, then it is a planar graph. Planar graph means a graph that can be draw in plane without any edge cross. Yeah, and the celebrated four colors theorem. Sorry, four colors problem first. Yeah, and this problem actually is very popular. Yeah, we call it four color problem, as if every planar graph can be colored with four colors. This problem first time mentioned in the letter from De Morgan. I believe every mathematician know De Morgan because we have the Morgan law. Yeah, to Hamilton, and I also believe every graph theorist know Hamilton very well. On 1852, yeah, and the first problem was given. Sorry, the first proof. The first proof was given by Kempf in 2009. Sorry, 1879. Yeah, which is actually 27 years after the problem was mentioned. Yeah, and in 1890 he would found a mistake. Instead of using four colors, actually in the proof given by Kempe is using five colors. Yeah, not four colors. And in 1976, which is 100 years later, Apple and Haken proved it, but it is using computer program, yeah, not mathematics. And after that, 20 years later, Robertson, Sanders, Seymour, and Thomas improved it, but still using computer program. And 12 years ago, finally, Godier gave formal proof, published in 2008. Actually, it's a proof, I mean, it found in 2005, but the paper published in 2008. That's the history of especially for color problem, yeah, which is the idea of graph coloring. Okay, okay, this is the map. Yeah, you can see for, I believe for graph theorists, it's not what's called. It's also familiar with this picture, but for other mathematicians, probably this gives some motivation. This is the country maps. Yeah, and you can see here any countries who are neighbors, they must be received the different color. Otherwise, they will have war claiming the region, and I think there are many problems there. So the naive way to solve the problem is just if there is 100 countries, then just give 100 colors, so the problem is finished. But it is, I think it's not smart enough. Yeah, I think it's not good. So the nature of the problem is we want to minimize the color used, the number of color used to color the map. So you can actually, we can represent the map using graph. You can see for the next of the map, you can see the vertex, the vertices and the edges. So it's simple. If the country are neighbors, then they have some edge between the edges. Sorry, there is an edge between the two vertices. Yeah. So you can see that the color of the vertices are different if the vertices are neighbors. Yeah, if there is an edge between two vertices. So that's the definition of actually the vertex coloring. Okay, for millennial people, you can see this logo, this Google Chrome logo. Yeah, if you use graph coloring, yeah, to represent this logo by ignoring the white color, you can have actually a complete graph with 4 vertices, and because all are adjacent, yeah, then they must be used different colors. Yeah, So you can find here that this logo have ignoring, by ignoring the white color, you can have 4 colors. What if we include the white one, the white color? So that's the homework, but I think it is simple, yeah. Okay, now we start with the variation of graph coloring. The first one is vertex coloring. I took the definition in Ringel and Hartsfield's book, which is I think very popular books, yeah, in graph theory. Given a graph G, vertex coloring of G is defined as assignment color to the vertices of G such that no 2 adjacent vertices receive the same color. Yeah, the objective is we use the minimum numbers of color. Yeah, so we define chromatic number of graph denoted by Kg is the minimum number of color necessary to color the vertices of G. Yeah, Kg equal to K means that the graph G is colorable by K colors, but G is not colorable by K minus 1 colors. Yeah. Another version of definition is we can find it in Hammett in 2017. Given integer K, a K coloring of graph is assignment of K colors to the vertices of G so that each vertex get one of the K colors. So in this case, we don't care if the vertices are neighbors or are adjacent or not. We just give any color to the vertices. Yeah, but now we have some restriction. A coloring of graph is said to be a proper coloring if no 2 adjacent vertices have the same color. Now we can find it the same definition as the previous slide. Yeah. Also, the chromatic number of graph G is denoted by Kg is the smallest integer K for which the graph has a proper coloring. This is an example. We can use the previous slide because it's easier to understand. First, we can, in the first graph, we can color any vertices of graph by any color. We don't care anything about adjacent vertices. Yeah, we call it tree coloring. Yeah, but by definition, this coloring is not proper. Why? Because there is 2 adjacent vertices have the same colors. Yeah, you can see here the 2 adjacent vertices have yellow colors. The next thing is we call it forecoloring. So this coloring is proper. Yeah, you can see if there are no adjacent vertices have the same color. All adjacent vertices have different colors. Yeah, but this is not optimal. Yeah, because we can have a better coloring, a better proper coloring, which only use 2 colors. Yeah, this one. So you can see here that we can only use, we can use 2 colors to color this graph. Yeah, it's meant that the chromatic number of this graph is 2. Yeah, can we use 1 colors? I think it's impossible because there are at least 2 adjacent vertices. In this case, we have to use 2 colors. Okay. The first graph, which is easy to prove, is the complete graph. The chromatic number of complete graph is n because every vertices in complete graph is adjacent to each other. So we cannot have n minus 1 colors. Yeah, so that's why the smallest number of colors has to be n. Okay. The second one, this is the example of complete graph. We can see this complete graph on 5 vertices have 5 colors. Yeah. Okay. The next graph is complete bipartite graph. Complete bipartite graph has chromatic number equal to 2. Yeah, because in complete bipartite graph, we can partition the vertices into independent sets. So we can color the first set by red color and the second set by blue color. Yeah. Okay. In fact, any bipartite graph has at least one edge has chromatic number 2. Yeah. I mean, if we have a bipartite graph, we always have the chromatic number equal to 2. Okay, this is the example. You can see, I think it is easy to see. This is the first, this is the first partition, and this is the second partition. Okay, 3. For 3, because 3 can be drawn as a bipartite graph, then the chromatic number of 3 is equal to 2. Yeah. So the way we color the vertices of 3 is as follows. We can consider one vertex as a root, yeah, this vertex, and then we can just draw the 3 layer by layer, I mean level by level, yeah, according to the distance of vertices to the root. Yeah, if the distance of vertices to the root is odd, then we color by blue. If the distance between that vertices to a root is even, then we can color by red, the same color as the root. So we can keep going until the what's called the last level of the tree. Yeah. Okay, so we can see that the color of, I mean, the chromatic number of 3 is 2. Okay, the last thing is cycle. Yeah, the chromatic number of cycle with n vertices, where n is greater or equal to 3, is 2 when n is even, and 3 when n is odd. So I think it is simple to prove that. Yeah, you can just give alternative color to that the vertices of the cycle. For even is easier. Yeah, so we can have like a pair between blue and red color. But for the even case, sorry, for the odd case, we will have problem in the last vertex. Yeah. Because when the last vertex is colored by blue, for example, and we will meet the, I mean, sorry, if the last vertex colored by blue, then it will have the same color with the previous one. If it is colored by red, it will have the same color by the next vertex. Yeah, so it has to be use the third color. We call it yellow color. Okay, this wheel, yeah, wheel is simple. We can give one vertex in the middle of the cycle, in the center of the cycle, and connect every vertices of cycle. So that's why the chromatic number of wheel is equal to the number, the chromatic number of cycle plus 1. Yeah. Okay, this is the example. Okay, this is the lower bound for the chromatic number. If G is subgraph of G, then the chromatic number of H is greater, less than or equal to the chromatic number of G. What does it mean? It means that if we want to see the chromatic number of G, we can see the lower bound, yeah, by checking the chromatic number of the subgraph. Yeah, so it's you can find that a lower bound And then to see the upper bound, then we can have this, this other, before I give you an upper bound, let me give an example for the lower bound. You can see here that this graph have click, on 4 vertices, which means that we can have a complete graph on 4 vertices here, K4. It's meant that the lower bound of the this graph, the chromatic of this graph, at least 4. So you can try color by the vertices of this graph by 4 colors. But if you cannot give 4 color for this graph, then you can have another color, another like this one. You can see here. In fact, we don't have, we cannot have 4 colors here. Sorry, here is 4 color. Here is also 4 color, but for this one, we cannot have the same color as one of the vertices and click 4. So the chromatic number of this graph is 5. Okay, for the upper bound, we can have a very famous theorem, Brooke theorem. Suppose G connected graph that is neither a complete graph or odd cycle. If the largest if the largest vertex degree of G is big delta, then the upper bound of the chromatic number of G is big delta. So we have this one. Okay. Now you can see at home, or you can work this graph or color this graph, and find the chromatic number of this graph. The upper bound, we can use the largest degree of the graph, and the lower bound, you can use the chromatic number of the subgraph. If the if the upper bound is equal to the lower bound, then that's the chromatic number of the graph. Okay. The next variation of graph is graph coloring is edge coloring. The definition of edge coloring, can found in Ringel and Hartsfield book again. Given a graph G, edge coloring of G is assignment color to the edge of G such that no 2 adjacent edges receive the same color. So the objective is also the same. We want to minimize the number of color. And we have edge chromatic number denoted by chi prime of G is the minimum number of color necessary to color the edge of G. Chi prime G equal to K means the graph G is edge colorable by K color, but G is not edge colorable by K minus 1 color. Okay. In Wimmer 2014, they give some version of the definition. Given an integer K, K edge coloring of G is a labeling F to edge of G by 1 to up to K. And an edge coloring of G is said to be proper if no 2 adjacent edges have the same color. So edge chromatic number of G is the smallest integer K for which the graph has a proper K edge coloring. Actually, this the similar definition with the vertex coloring. So this is the example. You can see here that any adjacent edges cannot have the same color. So in this part, we have the same color. So this one is not proper, but we can use 3 colors. In this one, it is proper, but we have to use 4 colors here. In the last graph, we have proper, and minimal, yeah, 3 coloring. Okay. Okay. The lower bound for each chromatic number is actually equal to the largest, equal to or greater to the largest vertex degree of G. Yeah, if the largest vertex degree of G is big delta, then the lower bound of the H chromatic number is equal to big delta. Yeah, so you can easily prove that. You can imagine that if this is an H and this is the largest, sorry, a vertex with the largest degree, then the number of edges, suppose this one is the big delta, yeah. So you can see the number of edges incident to the vertex is equal to big delta, then they must be have the different color. So the color must be at least big delta. Okay, the upper bound is giving, I think this one is also very famous, yeah, Fishing and Gupta, yeah. Suppose G be a graph. If the largest vertex degree of G is big delta, then the upper bound of the H chromatic number of G is equal to big delta plus 1. It means that actually the H chromatic number of G is in between big delta and big delta plus 1. Yeah. Okay, this still from Fishing. Yeah, the H chromatic number of K regular graph is either K or K plus 1. Yeah, this is the example. Yeah, if it is complete graph with even order, then the chromatic number of the complete graph is equal to the degree, yeah, to the degree of complete graph, which is a complete graph is K to N, then the H chromatic number of K to N is 2N minus 1. If it is odd, yeah, then the number of H chromatic number of K to N minus 1 is 2N minus 1, which is actually the degree plus 1. Yeah. Okay, this is the bipartite graph. For bipartite graph, with the largest vertex degree big delta, then the H chromatic number is equal to big delta. Okay, another variation of graph coloring is phase and map coloring, which is I give already in the beginning of this slide. List coloring, path coloring, total coloring, equitable vertex coloring, circular vertex coloring, acyclic vertex coloring, star vertex coloring, which is actually the same as circular vertex coloring, yeah, and circular edge coloring, and also acyclic edge coloring. Okay, and some people actually derive graph coloring using graph labeling. So I give you some definition for this derivation of graph coloring. Yeah, we call it local anti-magic coloring. There are also some variation of local anti-magic coloring. Yeah, actually graph theories are very creative. So if we have one problem, then many problems will come. Yeah. So the first one is local anti-magic vertex coloring. The second one is local anti-magic total vertex coloring. And the third one, super local anti-magic total vertex coloring. And then the fourth one, or the last one, is local anti-magic edge coloring. But in this this one, we still have any derivation for this one. We call it local anti-magic total edge coloring, and also super local anti-magic total edge coloring. Okay, let's see. This problem first introduced by Arumugam and others, yeah, and his student Premalata, and also we know Martin baca very well, and also Andrea Simanikova-Venovikova, yeah, in 2017. The local anti-magic on graph labeling on graph G with V vertices and A edges is defined to be assignment F to E by 1 to up to the number of edges, so that the weights of any two adjacent vertices U and V are distinct. That is, the weights of U not equal to the weights of V. Okay, where the weight of U is calculated by the sum of the edge label incident to U. Okay, and this one. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the set of edge incident to U. Of course, you can see that because any two adjacent vertices of U, I mean the weights, yeah, the weights of any two adjacent vertices U and V are distinct. It's meant that actually any local anti-magic labeling induce a proper vertex coloring. Okay, so that's why if you want to find the color of graph, especially vertex coloring, then we can use this labeling. Yeah. Okay. The local anti-magic chromatic number, denoted by KLAG, is the minimum number of colors taken over all coloring induced by local anti-magic labeling of G, which means that actually this, the same as the minimum number of different weights, yeah, of that labeling. Okay, for any graph G, KLA of G is greater or equal to KG. Yeah, I think it is simple because, of course, the classic chromatic number, I mean the original chromatic number, will be the lower bound of this local anti-magic chromatic number. Okay, but you can see that the differences between KLAG minus KG will be arbitrarily large. Yeah, sometimes is equal to 0, but sometimes is equal to the large number. Yeah, you can see it's depend on the kind of graph. Yeah, the family of graph. Yeah. Okay, this is the example. Yeah, you can see that even you can see that when we talk about vertex coloring, the chromatic number is equal to 2. But when we use the local anti-magic coloring or local anti-magic labeling, the chromatic number of local anti-magic will be equal to 3. Yeah. Okay, this is another version. Yeah, we call local vertex anti-magic total labeling, and the definition is similar with the previous one, but instead we label all component of graph, not just the edges, but also the vertices. So that's why the function or the map now is going from the union of vertex set and the edge set to the number of 1 to up to the number of vertices and the number of edges. Yeah, otherwise similar. Yeah, of course this kind of labeling is also induce a proper vertex coloring of G. Yeah, and the color of U will be assigned by the weights of U. And we also have this chromatic number thing. Yeah, and we have also the lower bound. Yeah, which is the original chromatic number of G. Yeah, but what happened if you compare between KLAG of G and KLAG? Yeah. of course, this one is smaller because we can have some combination for that number to be the labeling, yeah, of the vertices and the edge of graph. Okay, this is the example. Now you can see that this local anti-magic total vertex coloring have chromatic number equal to 2, which is the same as the original one. Yeah. Okay. The next one we call it super. Super means if the vertices, yeah, if the vertices of G receive the smallest label. Yeah. This one is also induce a proper vertex coloring, and we have super local anti-magic total chromatic number denoted by chi slat, yeah, of G, and this is the minimum number of color taken over all coloring induced by super local anti-magic total coloring of G. And we have this relationship, yeah, so chi slat G must be greater or equal to what's called chi lat G, and also greater or equal to chi LA G, and also is greater or equal to chi G, or chromatic number of G. Okay, this is the example. We still have the same chromatic number, yeah, and this one is local edge anti-magic labeling or anti-magic edge coloring, yeah. Instead of we label the edges, now we label the vertices, yeah. So the map will be goes from V to the number of 1, 2, up to the number of vertices, yeah. And the weights of any adjacent edge, yeah, have to be distinct. So actually this is the same as the definition of edge coloring. So that's why any local edge anti-magic labeling induce a proper edge coloring of G. Yeah, and we also have the anti-magic edge chromatic number. Okay, and we have the relationship here. Of course, edge chromatic number of local anti-magic must be greater or equal to the edge chromatic number of G. Yeah. Okay, this is the example. Is actually similar to the for the cycle, is similar to the edge coloring, vertex coloring. Yeah, but you can see here that the chromatic number is equal to 3, which is larger than the original edge chromatic number. Okay, and we also have another version. We call it total, yeah. And this one is defined or introduced by Jember Mafia, yeah. Bu Ika, Pak Dafe, Prof. Dafe, and their student. No. This is our last previous lecturer, yeah, Pak Hasan. Yeah, we can see here that instead we only label the vertices, we also label the vertices. Yeah, so that's why the map is going from 1 to up to the number of vertices and the number of edges. Yeah, otherwise the same definition. Yeah. Okay, this is the super version. Yeah, so if we label the vertices by the smallest label, then we call it super local edge anti-magic total labeling. Okay, this is I can summarize the local anti-magic coloring. Yeah, you can see here that for local anti-magic, we label the edges and we calculate the weights on vertices. Yeah, for local anti-magic total, we label both vertex and edge, and we calculate the weights on vertex. Sorry. Okay, you can see this one, the what's called the I think this one. Yeah, quite wrong. Okay, the second version is super local edge anti-magic. Yeah, we label. Sorry, I think we label this one by vertex, not this one. Okay, sorry. And we calculate the weights on edges. Yeah, and the second one for the edge version is called local edge anti-magic. Total, we label both and we calculate on edges. Yeah. Okay. Next, this is the result, summary of the result on that kind of labeling. Yeah. There are still many open problems, especially for the super version. Yeah. And the next derivation is called local distant irregular coloring. Yeah, which is quite different definition. Local distant irregular total labeling of graph G with a vertex set V is an assignment F to V from V to the number set of number 1 to up to K, so that the weights of two adjacent vertices are distinct. And the only differences is how to count the weights. Yeah, the weights is on vertex X is defined as the sum of the label of all vertices adjacent to X. So this is the formula. Yeah, and we have the local irregular chromatic number of G. Yeah, we call chi-list G. Yeah, is the minimum of cardinality local irregular vertex coloring. This definition is given by Arika, Bu Arika. Yeah, it's also Jember Mafia, I think. And this is the example. Yeah, you can see that we label, the number inside the circle is the weights. Yeah, inside the vertices is the weight, and this is the label. So we label all by one, and you can see that the weights of two adjacent vertices are distinct. Yeah. Okay. Now the application. So the last part of my talk, the application of graph coloring. Okay, the first one is in chemical storage. Yeah, the problem is when we want to store n different chemical. Yeah, the condition is if there is interaction between some pair of the chemical. Yeah, in some part of in some type of chemical, if it is mix between them, it will explosive. Yeah. So the question is, what is the smallest required number of compartment in the storage? Yeah, to store the n different chemical. So we can have, we can solve the problem by using graph coloring. Actually, we can define the graph G with vertex set V and edge set E. Yeah, vertex V, yeah, correspond to the chemical, and edge UV if there is interaction between chemical U and V cause the explosive. So it's mean there is an edge between them. Yeah. So the number of the independent set of vertices implies of a compartment. So the number of compartment actually is the chromatic number. Yeah, especially the smallest number. So you can see that the number of compartment is related to the number of smallest color used to the vertex coloring. Yeah, can you imagine? Okay, the second problem is, Sudoku. Yeah, Sudoku puzzle. Yeah, you can put integer number from 1 to 9 to the grid. Yeah, usually 9 times 9 grid. Yeah, with a digit, so that each column, each row, and each of subgrid that compose the grid contain all the digit from 1 to 9 are different. I mean, in the same one number has to appear once in each row, each column, and in subgrid, yeah, like this. Okay, so you can represent this Sudoku puzzle into vertex coloring of graph. So if you see here, you can see that there will be 81 vertices of the graph. It is crowded. Yeah, so that's the solution. Sudoku can be thought of a graph with 81 vertices. Yeah, one vertex for each cell and two vertices are connected by an edge if they cannot be assigned in the same value. Okay, all cells in the same row, column, or block mean subgrid, yeah, 3 times 3, will have edge between their corresponding vertices. So the optimal solution in the case of the Sudoku puzzle is to find a coloring using only 9 colors. Yeah, I'm not sure whether it is easier for you to directly fill the integer to the Sudoku, or you find the color first and then find the Sudoku puzzle. You know, in bahasa, saya nggak tahu apakah lebih mudah langsung mengisi puzzle-nya, Sudoku-nya, atau lebih mudah mewarnai grafnya. Kalau orang graf, saya yakin lebih mudah mewarnai grafnya, tapi bagi orang non-graf mungkin lebih mudah langsung mewarnai mengisi Sudoku-nya, ya, Sudoku puzzle-nya. Okay. This is for the case for time 4 Sudoku puzzle. Even for time 4, you can see the graph representation. Yeah, you can fill the remaining cell here. We already have 1 here, 3 here, and 2 here, and 4 here. Either you fill this grid with numbers from 1 to 4, or color this graph by using 4 colors. Yeah, it's up to you. Okay, the third application is when we want to minimize the exam period. Yeah, how to schedule exam in minimum parallel session where no 2 concurrent exam have a common student. Yeah, first we define a graph with vertex set V and edge set E, and then you can see that vertex V correspond to the course, and edge UV if course U and V have a common student. So an independent set of V vertices imply the parallel exam season. It means that the chromatic number of G is actually the smallest number of the parallel session. Ya, so jika Bapak Ibu yang terutama guru ingin membuat jadwal kuliah atau jadwal pelajaran, bisa menggunakan pewarnaan graf ya untuk memudahkan atau untuk mengoptimasi jumlah waktu yang dibutuhkan. Ya, oke. Actually, this is our research. We use the coloring, especially the local anti-magic labeling of graph, to assign an expatriate during their stay in Jember. Yeah, expatriate mean a person who live outside his or her native country and is physically mobile across international border, whether professional or personal reason, whether for short or long period of time, whether organizationally sponsored or not, and regardless as to whether one is crossing an ocean or moving across land. So this is the in economics. Yeah, an expatriate assignment at brand company in other country must be optimized due to the short-term duty. Yeah, because the salary of the expatriate usually is very high. Yeah, I mean, very good. Yeah, and accuracy calculation is needed to optimize the expatriate assignment, including its schooling system. So it's meant that we have to optimize their time during their stay in Jember. Usually they work in the industrial company. Yeah, I mean in what's called agro industry in Jember. Yeah. Okay, this is the solution. Actually, this is similar to the exam schedule. Yeah, we define a graph G with a vertex at V and edge at E. Vertex V correspond to the assignment, and edge UV if assignment U and V have common expatriate. So the independent set of vertices implies a parallel assignment session. So we use this chromatic number as the smallest number of parallel assignment session. Yeah, we usually give some case. Yeah, a company have 5 expatriate, for example. Yeah, say E, B, C, D, and E. These 5 expatriate assigned to 5 tasks: AB, yeah, AC in the same division, yeah, AC in the same division, and BAD in the same division, and this one, and so on. Yeah. Okay. One day, each task has to execute it for 1 hour. Obviously, all 5 expatriates cannot execute during the same hour because some expatriates have to do several tasks and cannot be in 2 places at the same time. The question is, what is the number of hours needed for all of the expatriates to do their tasks? So we draw the condition of the expatriate with this graph. Yeah, you can see here that this group of expatriates have an age between them. If there is 1 or more expatriate in common here, we have A here and we have A here, so that's why there is an age between them. And there is B here and also there is A here, so that's why there is an edge between them, and so on. Now we color the vertices of graph using the classic coloring, yeah, vertex coloring, and we can see here we have the minimum color must be equal to 3, so the chromatic number is equal to 3. Yeah, it's mean that this expatriate assignment time schedule can be represent as in this table. Sorry. Yeah, you can see here. See this the schedule. So I think it's easier for us, yeah, to make a scheduled system. Okay. The last thing that we did is a watering plan in the what's called in the field. Yeah. So in the processes of watering, it is done as much as 2 times as in the day. Yeah, this treatment is carried out even to all existing plants, although the frequency of watering each plant is different. So some plants need once a day, some plants need 2 or twice a day. Yeah. Watering frequency and number of car will be used a data parameter in determining the schedule of watering plant. What we want to say here, it's actually we try to make some application, scheduling system application, yeah, when we want to water a plant in the field, yeah. Okay, this is the data for that one. Yeah, we have agriculture in our university, yeah, agriculture field, yeah, parks, I mean park, and we simulate if we plan to water the plant in that park using what's called electric cars, actually. Yeah, and we have this one, yeah, for the representation of the relationship between cars and plant. I mean that car 1, because of the access, some route probably is very narrow, some are very what's called large. So car 1 only can have access to plan 1, for example, and plan 2, plan 3, plan 4, and plan 7. And car 2 can access can water plan 1, plan 3, and plan 6, and so on. So in this case we use edge coloring. We use edge coloring for this part. You can see here, if see the blue color here mean that in the same time car 1 can water T1, I mean plan 1, and car 2 can water this one, the plan 3, and car 3 can water plan 4. So in this, sorry, not this one. This is red. This is blue. This one. So for the next time, the second time, you can choose the red color, mean that M1 to T1, T2, M2 to T1, M3 to T4, and so on. We make some application, actually, some information system, which is done by our student, and I think it's worked very well using edge coloring. Okay. I think that's all for my talks. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give back this session to the chair. Thanks, Obi.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Slamin. Very nice presentation about graph coloring, variation, derivation, and application. Okay, now we go on to the discussion time. For participants who have a question, you can write it in the chat box, or you can ask to the Professor Slamin directly by unmute your microphone. Okay, any question?
No question. Probably it is clear, or it is not clear at all.
I think it is clear, Professor Slamin. Okay, Professor Slamin, there is a question from Mrs. Kiki. Is there any open problem for us?
Of course. Thanks, Bu Kiki. Terima kasih, Bu Kiki. Of course, there are many open problems. The first one, actually, we still have many problems in some application. I think many people from other field, from other mathematics, like especially in information system, keep asking how to solve this problem using graph coloring and so on. But in graph theory topic, especially the one which is still open is when we talk about local irregular distance labeling. We still have many. I'm not updating, but someone works, especially I think Ibu Diari student in University of Brawijaya work on this problem as well. Local irregular distance labeling. After Ibu Arika from Jember introduced that, there are actually some particular graph is already done, but many other family of graph, especially if you use some operation which is still open, and some of them use inclusive, and some of them is use not inclusive. I mean, if we include the level of vertices calculated in the weights, ya. Begitu Bu Kiki.
Okay, Bu Kiki, how is the answer? Is that enough, or do you still have any other question? Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Slamin. Is there any other question from another participant?
How about this one? Oh, okay. No more question, I think.
No more question? Okay, because there is no question, I think your presentation was very clear, Professor Slamin, and all of the participants here have already understood about your presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Slamin. Before we go on to our third invited speakers, I will read the summary of Mr. Slamin talks about graph coloring, variation, derivation, and application. Graph coloring is one of the most popular topics in the graph theory with some variation, derivation, and application. Given an integer k, a k coloring of a graph is an assignment of k colors to the sum element, vertex, edge, face, or their combination of graph G so that each element gets one of the k color. A coloring of a graph is said to be a proper coloring if no two adjacent elements have the same color. The chromatic number of graph G, denoted by chi G, is the smallest integer k for which the graph has a proper k coloring. Okay, thank you very much for Professor Slamin. Terima kasih. Please give a big virtual applause for Professor Slamin. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Obi, terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Okay, now we go on to our third speakers. The third presentation will be delivered by the chairman of ICCGANT Research Group, Professor David MSc PhD. Okay, hello, how are you, Professor David?
Yeah, how are you, Obi? Thanks.
I'm fine.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. You are the co-host now. You can use the share screen. While waiting for Professor David presentation, I will read the short CV of Professor David. Professor David MSc PhD is a lecturer in the Department of Postgraduate Mathematics Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Jember. He is a professor on combinatorics and combinatorial education. He completed his master in University of Manchester, UK, and he got the PhD degree in the University of Ballarat. Now, he is the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and the Chairman of ICCGANT Research Group. He has 179 documents in the Scopus with the H index 12. He is awarded Sinta Award Best 50 Researcher in Indonesia and the Best Researcher in the University of Jember. For Professor David, floor is yours.
Thank you, Obi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share my slide presentation. The title of my talks today is Rainbow Anti-Magic Coloring of Graph. It is joint work with Ika Hesti Agustin, Rido Alvarisi, Susanto, and Venkat Venkatachalam from India, as well as Brian Septori. Before I present my slide, I again say sorry to all of you. At last year, we have conference, international conference in face-to-face format in this building. And today we have a new building in the left side. Last time in the right side that you have a parallel session. We finished the both sides of the building. So this is the new look of the University of Jember. So hopefully next year, the COVID-19 outbreaks has been over, and then we will have international conference again in face-to-face format. And currently our university has 15 faculties and 30,000 students. And in each faculty, we have a lot of research group, and either in the departmental level, as well as in the faculty level, and even also we have a research group in the university level as a Center of Excellence of the University of Jember. ICCGANT is a part of the Center of Excellence, as ICCCGANT is a research group in the university level. And now currently we organize the 4th International Conference. And from yesterday, we invited 6 presenters in a plenary speaker, as a plenary speaker. Now I'm the last presenters for the last session of this conference. As we mentions, this is international conference on combinatorics. So I also say sorry to the audience, since there are a lot of topics delivered by invited speaker, more in combinatorics. But yesterday, we already presented the invited speaker talking on what applied mathematics, modeling, and optimization. Now, the graph session. Graph could be in fundamental science or basic sciences, mathematical sciences perspective. Combinatoric or graph could be in mathematics education. But right now, I will talk about the graph in mathematical sciences. As we know, there are a lot of motivations already introduced by graph scientists to give more a strength research of graph theory. The scientists not only working on the fundamental research, that we have like exploration research. Also we have innovation research, as well as we have a diffusion research. Diffusion research is the taking the result research into a social life. Professor Slamin already mentions how the application of graph labeling, graph coloring, as well as also graph in degree diameter, for example, into a real life. Now, we try to find out application of graph labeling into a crypto system, which is there are two keys in crypto system. It is encryption key and decryption key. What do we mean? What do we know by crypto system? Crypto system is a system which convert a plain text to ciphertext or ciphertext to plain text by the application of encryption and decryption algorithm. And the strength of crypto system rely on the management key. So actually finding or obtaining the encryption key is a very important thing in the crypto system. The keys should be managed such that it is hard for any intruder to analyze the key. That's the concept of crypto system. So the main issue how to develop a modern or a secure modern crypto system such that the key between plaintext and ciphertext is hidden. So actually the two things in crypto system is encryption process and decryption process. Encryption process transform plain text into ciphertext, and then we need a key system. And then again, how to reveal the ciphertext such that the human being can read it. So this is again the process of decryption, ciphertext to plaintext, that we need a key system. So the recycle from plaintext, ciphertext, and ciphertext to plaintext, this is actually the process of a crypto system. There are a lot of technique from the conventional one to the modern one. And by means of the anti-magic labeling, by means of the other concept of labelings, we can implement the concept into a crypto system. This is an example which already published by Prihandoko and me and also Ibu Ika in International Journal of Combinatorics, Indonesian Journal of Combinatorics. The title is Anti-Magic Total Graph the Super H Anti-Magic Total Graph on establishing a stream cipher. So when we have a graph, a label graph, here from the graph that we can see a cycle of order 6, and then we'll assign a label onto vertices, and then we have the addition of the two adjacent vertices, and then we will have H weight. And then if we consider the all H weight are different, then it is anti-magic. By means of this kind of labels, and then we try to have encryption process by using the formula y I equal xi plus ki modulo 26. Why it is modulo 26? Because it is the representation of the alphabetic Roman alphabetics, because from A to YZ we count from 0, 1, 2, 3 until 25, and then we have a modulo 26. So again, by decryption process, and then we just have the inverse of the linear equation, yi equal xi plus ki modulo 26. So what is the detail of this kind of crypto system? Actually, this one, firstly, we call Affine chipper. And then by using this graph, the anti-magic labeling, with using polyalphabetic crypto system. And then finally, we have this kind of example. For example, consider A, B, C, D, A, F, G, H, I, G, K, L, M until Z. And then we try to put assignment for A is start from 0, B is 1, C is 2 until Z is 25. Of course, completely we have a modulo 26. For example, we have F KIP UNET as a plain text. And then how to store this one, for example, in the computer storage. And simply saying that how to transform into a ciphertext. Just simply we use the previous graph, label graph, and we have a cost F is XI, KI, this is the affine chipper, and this is the formula. XI is the number, the ordered number of F in from the alphabetic order, A, B, C, D, E, F. F is 5, because we count starting from 0, and then we have I. What is key I? Key I is from the label of the cycle of graph of cycle sequence. 1 here, this is the label of the vertices in the top layer. If we have a cycle of order 6, of course, enough for constructing the ciphertext from the plain text FKIP. Okay, continue. Of course, XI plus KI is 6. And finally, we have VI as 6. And the ciphertext for 6, after F, we have G is a 6. And then we have G as the replacement of F in the ciphertext. And finally, we have all FKIP, UNED. Then we have this kind of ciphertext. So FKIP UNED now read by GMRBH, CHRI. Of course, it is very hard to read for a human being unless we transform again into a plain text by means of encryption and decryption process, and by means of the graph labeling. Then we will read it. We can be able to, we can read that ciphertext again because it is already in plain text. So this is the motivation. So there are a lot of from conventional application that already mentioned as well by Prof. Salamin, and now we have this kind of thing, and then you can read this application in Indonesian Journal of Combinatories. Now we just flashback into the very old fashion of labeling, because we have been researching a lot about this kind of study. Started from 2007 when I was studying in the University of Ballarat, currently the Federation University. But before that, you can see a lot of researcher working on that. And then you can see the dynamic survey of Joseph Gallian about the graph labeling. So this is the the one that we have done so far, and many researchers already solved the open problem, and many researchers already done the some specific family as well as general family, and also obtain the upper bound and lower bound and everything. Even they already characterized for the general graph. So this is the anti-magic labeling. So I believe people already know about this kind of definition, but I just give an example, for example. So if we have a cycle, for example, how to assign label in such way we have an anti-magic vertex labeling, age labeling, sorry, an anti-magic age labeling, because the evaluation on every age. So we just assign a label into these vertices, yeah. Sorry, moderator, could you give me 3 minutes? I have a problem. Yeah, just a minute. A technical problem.
Okay, it's okay, Professor David.
Yes.
Okay, while waiting for Professor David, I think we can check the question. There is a question for Joe, maybe.
Yeah,
Joe?
I can now.
Oh, okay.
Could
Okay,
I? Yeah,
continue, Professor David. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. Now, okay, just a problem. Hopefully this one. Yeah. Okay. So when we have old-fashioned of anti-magic labeling, then we have this one, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is considered consecutive. So that's why this one is a type of the anti-magic labeling. If only the age label are different, the age weight are different, then we consider it is anti-magic. But if it is consecutive, or if it's form and arithmetic sequence, and then we call AD anti-magic labeling. Okay, this one, the technique. And then we have a lot of expansion of anti-magic labeling of graph. We have age anti-magic vertex labeling. So the evaluation of which done for every age. As well as we have a vertex age anti-magic vertex anti-magic age labeling. The evaluation of label on both vertex or age, and evaluation of age done for every vertex. And we have also sorry. Just a minute. I have again a problem. Yeah, sorry, I am not sure. I don't know why it is a lot of problem. Okay, now this one, now we have here again, this is the extension of even in the H-weight, we also have some evaluation. Yeah, type of evaluation. The first one is just ADH anti-magic, and then total if we include the age as well, and if we have the at least 3 vertices, and then we have a cover. Yeah. Now, the second definitions, this is the new notion of in our research, combining anti-magic labeling and rainbow coloring. But previously we have a rainbow coloring definition, and rainbow coloring is already interesting study in graph theory. There are a lot of people, and there is a dynamic survey also. Su Liang Li as well written a book about dynamic survey of rainbow coloring. We have this kind of definition. Rainbow coloring is an age coloring. C, yeah, maps the element of age into 1, 2, 3 until K, where adjacent age might be colored the same. A part is colored a rainbow path if no 2 edges are colored the same. An age color graph is said to be a rainbow connected if 2 distinct vertices are connected rainbow path. And age coloring of G, which admit a rainbow connected, is colored a rainbow coloring. I believe it is easy to find for path. It is simpler and trivially we can find the rainbow coloring. And rainbow coloring is not a proper coloring like just proper coloring normally. So every 2 adjacent edges could be having the same color. But in a proper coloring, all the adjacent 2 adjacent vertices or 2 adjacent edges must have a different color. But in rainbow, we can have 2 color to the same color. This is a part, yeah. And this is a for bipartite graph. There are 2 colors of edges, and the rainbow connection number, of course, 2. And this one is a fan graph. We have 3 colors, and of course, the rainbow connection number is 3. And we have a book graph. So I believe in graph theory study, there are people already working on that a lot, and might be the open problems already done by some researcher, and now they leave the very hardest problem. It will be very complex, and it considered is non-polynomial time, even it is NP hard problem. Now, from these 2 notions, the first one is anti-magic, the second one is rainbow. We try to find out a new notion. And normally we have, this is the extension of rainbow connection. Of course, we have H rainbow K connection, strong H rainbow K connection, vertex rainbow K connection, strong vertex rainbow K connection, total rainbow K connection, and strong rainbow K connection. Okay, with these two notions, I have already a book with the super H anti-magic, total labeling, and the rainbow connection of graph, and then we combine now. We have a rainbow anti-magic coloring. This is that actually the concept of recent study that our research group members working a lot on this. So what is the strategy of developing the definition of rainbow anti-magic coloring? The first one is take definition from H anti-magic labeling. And the second one, take the definition of H rainbow connection and combine the two notions of any H anti-magic labeling and induce a rainbow coloring of G if every H is assigned by the color, assign the color with the weight of the anti-magic labeling. So the rainbow anti-magic connection number of graph denoted by RECG is the smallest number of K color required to H color the graph with which UV such that the graph is a rainbow connected. So I try to develop the formal definition with kind of this in the following. So maybe you can read it. Let GV be a connected, undirected, and simple graph with vertex set V and its set for a bijection F map from a vertex element into 1, 2, 3 until the number of vertices and the associated weight of H weight under F is the weight of H is FU plus FV is the assignments of the vertex of the two adjacent vertices. The bijection F is called an anti-magic vertex labeling if the H weight are distinct. So this is the definition. Let me give you an example. If you have this one, yeah. So of course, we first start assigning the labels from the vertices. And then finally, we have this one. This is anti-magic labeling. If we consider the H weight are different, and then we have anti-magic labeling. And then how to have a rainbow anti-magic labeling? Then look at the H weight of every H. So we do not necessarily have an H weight are all distinct. For example, in this case, we have 4, we have 6, 6, 7, 7. But it is a rainbow because when we start from every vertex to other vertex, and then we will have a rainbow path. What is the rainbow path? If exists any distinct color on the any path from vertex to other certain vertex. So the rainbow path is not necessary for all paths in the two vertices. If we have only one path assigns a rainbow color, then we consider this is a anti-magic rainbow coloring. Normally, if we have a anti-magic coloring, rainbow coloring, we do not assign a label on the vertices. But for rainbow anti-magic coloring, we start assigning label in the vertices. Look at that one. The path is different. That's a rainbow. For example, again here. Yeah, it is also an anti-magic rainbow coloring because we start assigning label on the vertices according to anti-magic labeling definition, and then we have an edge weight, and we consider the edge weight as a assignment for the rainbow coloring. So not necessary to have all edge weights are distinct. For the researcher, for the potential research expansion for the rainbow anti-magic, in the future, we can have a strong rainbow anti-magic coloring. So what do we mean by strong rainbow anti-magic coloring? If you can find a short part, the shortest part, consider to rainbow part. If you have a vertic rainbow anti-magic coloring, then we consider the evaluation of the edge of the vertex wedge on every vertex. And the potential, again, another research expansion on rainbow anti-magic coloring is a strong vertex rainbow anti-magic color. And the other one is rainbow anti-magic K connection. So this is the future research for a rainbow anti-magic color. I have been trying to have a paper about this rainbow anti-magic coloring. The first one is try to have trying to study on the specific graph. Of course, this is normally that we have done. Then the second one, we try to characterize for the operation of graph. For example, there are two graphs and there a certain operation, for example, coronation of graph and the other operation, and start for having a characterization for the two graphs in that operation as well. And normally, again, for having a good manuscript or good paper, we try to have a lower bound of this study. In this study, we have a rainbow anti-magic coloring, and then we have the lower bound of the rainbow anti-magic coloring is a rainbow coloring. So for any connected graph G, then rainbow anti-magic coloring of G greater than equal rainbow coloring. And we develop a theorems. Let G be any connected graph. Let RCG and delta G be the rainbow connection number of G and the maximum degree of G respectively. Then rainbow anti-magic coloring of G greater than equal maximum of rainbow connection G and delta G. And we also have another theorem for any connected graph G. And let F be a bijection from Phi to the set 1 to Phi. Let UV be two vertices of G. If the degree of UV is 1 until 2, then there exists a rainbow path. This is another general thing of our study. And for the specific one, we have this kind of rainbow anti-magic connection. And finally, we have a lot of generalization as well, and hopefully these manuscripts can be done in the short future. So this is for the illustration of the result of the rainbow anti-magic total, rainbow anti-magic label. It is not considered total yet because we only assign the label on the vertices. So if we assign the label on the edges as well, and the edge weight consider the addition of the two vertices, two adjacent vertices, including one edge, then we consider this is the total rainbow anti-magic, the rainbow anti-magic total label. So this one for the star, that's we have, and this one for a cycle, that's we have a theorem before, and this is for the wheels, we have that one, and this is the way how to prove the theorems. I believe for the simple family of graph, for example, path and everything, it is simple to prove, but for the complex thing, I believe we need to give more effort to prove it. And this is the hopefully this one is done in the short future. We have our own rainbow anti-magic coloring of graph. It is a new notion that we couldn't find any publication before, unless we have a publication, a lot publication on anti-magic labeling, a lot publication on rainbow coloring. But for a rainbow anti-magic coloring, we have one student working on that, one PhD student working on rainbow anti-magic coloring of graph. Now he's studying in the University of Airlangga, Surabaya. Yeah. And finally, I should conclude our presentation by proposing this open problem. The first open problem, of course, normally people starting study a certain notion or study of graph, we start from finding the upper bound or lower bound. Now we have a open problem one, determine the upper bound of a rainbow anti-magic connection number for any connected graph. This one, of course, very hard to solve. The second one, continue to obtain the exact value of rainbow anti-magic connection number of some special graph and their operations, and characterize the exact value for any graphs. And the open problem 3, obtain the construction technique for rainbow anti-magic coloring derived from anti-magic labeling. So I believe construction technique is very important when we establish the construction for a certain notion of study. For example, in here a rainbow anti-magic coloring, then we can use the construction to any graph. So this one actually very hard and challenging study in graph theory. So that's all from me. And then maybe we can discuss if anyone interesting to have study and to do research on a rainbow anti-magic coloring, then you are more than welcome to join with our research group member. Thank you very much. Sorry for a little bit problem because my connection is a bit poor. And thank you again for your attention. And I give it back to moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Davik, for a very interesting talk about rainbow anti-magic coloring of graphs. Okay, for participants who have a question, you can write it in the chat box, or you can ask it directly to Professor Davik by unmute your microphone. Okay, any question? No question? Okay, Professor David, I think your presentation was very clear and all of the participants here have already understood about your presentation. I would like to say thank you very much for Professor David, but I will read the summary of the Professor David talks about rainbow anti-magic coloring of graphs. A graph G is a rainbow anti-magic if G has a rainbow anti-magic labeling. A pet P is a vertex label graph G is said to be a rainbow pet if for every two edges UV, U prime, V prime element of edges P satisfy WF UV not equal to WF U prime V prime. If for any two vertices U and V of G, there is a rainbow UV pet, then F is called a rainbow anti-magic labeling of G. The rainbow anti-magic connection number of G denoted by RACG is the smallest number of colors taken over all rainbow coloring induced by rainbow anti-magic labeling of G. Okay, please give a virtual big applause for Professor David, MSc, PhD. Thank you very much, Professor David.
Yeah, thank you very much, Obi. Thank you very much for everyone. Again,
thank you.
I'm very impressed with all your attendance or your presence in this conference, and hopefully after this we can have a joint research, especially on my talk and my study, rainbow anti-magic labeling. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one question from Mr. Fawaz for Joe. Hello, Joe.
Yeah, hi. I have answered that question, I believe, from Fawaz.
Okay.
The answer was yes, KN is the only graph with n-1.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe, for the answer. The answer is yes. Okay, I think we come to the end of the second day of plenary session of ICCGANT 2020. I would like to say thank you very much for all of the invited speakers. Terima kasih banyak Joe, Associate Professor Joe Ryan. Thank you very much, Professor Slamin. Thank you very much, Professor David, for an informative and interesting presentation. Hopefully, all of us can get a new knowledge and it can help us to create a good paper that can be published in the international reputable journal. From the keynote speakers talk, there are some open problems. Hopefully, after this international conference, we can solve it and make some joint research. And then after that, hopefully our work can be published in the international reputable journal. I think that's all from me. I am Robiatul Adawiyah, together with my friend Rafiantika Megahnia Prihandini, would like to ask for your apologies if there is any mistake during this plenary session. Akhirul kalam, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I will give it back to the master of ceremony. Thank you very much.
So that is the end of the plenary session. We are going to have 45 minutes break before the parallel session. The parallel session will be start at 12:30 Western Indonesia time.
Acara selanjutnya adalah Isoma selama 45 menit dan kita akan melanjutkan parallel session pada pukul 12.30 waktu Indonesia Barat. Terima kasih.
See you, Joe. Goodbye.
Bye, Slimin.
Bye. Okay. Keep healthy, okay? Stay healthy.
You too.
Thank you.
Ada suaranya.
Thank you, Pak David. Panitia, terima kasih semuanya. Thank you.
Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the fourth ICCGANT 2020. We are going to have parallel session, and these are the following rules. First, all participants should use their full name, while presenters should use their paper ID underscores full name. For example, 001 underscores Rosanita. Second, participants should accept the breakout request from the host by clicking allow button. Third, participants should turn off the audio when it is unnecessary. Fourth, participants should not leave the meeting until the parallel sessions end. Fifth, the certificate will be given only if the participant joined the Zoom meeting in the first and second day of ICCGANT plenary session. Sixth, the presenter that seven, further question and information, please contact our host by clicking Ask for Help button. The parallel session will also be the end of all of our agenda. The end of the parallel session will be closed by each of the room host.
Acara selanjutnya adalah parallel session, namun sebelum itu perlu kami informasikan terkait tata aturan dalam sesi paralel ICCGANT 2020 melalui Zoom Meetings. Di antaranya yang pertama adalah peserta dimohon untuk menulis nama lengkap dan untuk presenter dimohon untuk membubuhkan nomor paper ID di depan nama dengan contoh 001 garis bawah Rosanita. Kedua, peserta dimohon untuk menerima permintaan breakout dari panitia dengan cara mengklik kata allow. Ketiga, peserta dimohon untuk menonaktifkan audio ketika tidak digunakan. Peserta dimohon untuk tidak meninggalkan Zoom meeting hingga acara parallel session berakhir. Sertifikat akan diberikan dengan syarat peserta wajib mengikuti Zoom meeting hari pertama dan kedua ICCGANT plenary session. Apabila ada pertanyaan lebih lanjut, dimohon untuk klik tombol Ask for Help dan akan terhubung dengan host kami. Acara ini akan ditutup oleh host di masing-masing room dan saya, Frenza Virus Firmansyah dan rekan saya,
Sri Ulana Wangsari.
Selaku pembawa acara, mohon maaf atas kekurangan dan kesalahan dalam serangkaian acara ini. Sampai jumpa dalam acara ICCGANT berikutnya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Astagfirullahaladzim. 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 Ya Allah, astagfirullahaladzim. Kakak ngomong-ngomong. Ngomong-ngomong. Nggak dimatiin, kadang bisa jadi MC-nya tuh iniin otomatis nunda Zoom kan. Nggak, tadi kakak matiin, cuma misalnya tiba lagi ngomong itu di mute-nya otomatis, kalau nggak apa namanya jaringannya suara
Before your eyes, I fell below, hitting rock bottom, sinking too deep. I grab onto what's left to hope. Both hands are begging for something to reach. In this dark place again, I'ma light up the sky. I look in your eyes and I'll kiss you goodbye. Laugh all you want, cause it's almost your time. Ready for 3, 2, 1. How you like that? You don't like that, 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 that. How you like that? How you like that, 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 that. Your girl hit it all and that's 100, 10 out of 10. It's the way that I got it. Come and get some. I might feel bad. What you gon' do about that? What's up? I'm right back. Pull the trigger, cock back. Plain Jane get hijacked. Don't like me, then tell me how you like that, like that. Though I'm in the dark, I still shine like the stars. I flash you a smile, then I'll kiss you goodbye. Laugh all you want, cause it's almost your time. Ready for 3, 2, 1. How you like that? You don't like that, 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 that. How you like that? How you like that, 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 that. The day I fell without my wings up from the sky. The days trapped in the dark, just searching for the light. You should have known I got you running for your life. Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. Bring out your boss, bitch. Blackpink. Know that we cannot be together, it's a fact. But please tell me, why do I keep running into you? I know what my heart needs to do, it should not get any. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on, far across the distance and spaces between us. You have come to show you. Go on, near, far, wherever you are. I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. Love can touch us one time and last for a lifetime, and never let go till we're gone. Love was looking at photos and videos that we took. I've been keeping them for so long. And with my broken heart, I see all the pictures of myself living life without you. Just feels so wrong. I want you to be here with me. I know it sounds crazy. I miss your laugh and I miss everything we used to be. And even if it is just for a while, then God please give us the time. I can't deal with the reality. There's nothing left that I can do, 'cause my heart is just missing you. I tried everything, every way I could forget you, just so I can live my life without you. Oh, nothing is the same. It's hard for me to erase all of the memories I have with you. I want you to be here with me. I know it sounds crazy. I miss your laugh and I miss everything we used to be. And even if it is just for a while, then God please give us the time. I can't deal with the reality. There's nothing left that I can do, 'cause my heart is just missing you. Oh, just missing you. Oh. I want you to be here with me. I know it sounds crazy. I miss your laugh and I miss everything we used to be. And even if it is just for a while, God please give us the time. I can't deal with the reality. There's nothing left that I can do. I can't deal with the reality. There's nothing left that I can do, 'cause my heart is just missing you. Oh, 'cause my heart is just missing you. Oh, it's your smile that I miss from you. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. I once fell so in love with you. I fell so deep with all my heart. I thought no matter what I do, I will give anything for you. Never thought you'd ever leave me, not even in my wildest dreams. I don't know what to feel or do. Now I wish I never met you. Yeah, now you're gone, and honestly, your love for her is all I see. time it's killing me. Don't ever come back to me again. Trying to forget you the best I can. It hurts too much to say. You threw us away. Nothing that could make you stay. Don't ever miss me anymore. You gave up on us when you closed that door. I wish you all the best. Thought you were my last. Just please can you let me pretend to forget. Oh, and now you're gone. Yes, honestly, your love for her is all I see. And every time it's killing me. Don't ever come back to me again. Trying to forget you the best I can. It hurts too much to say. You threw us away. Nothing that could make you stay. Don't ever miss me anymore. You gave up on us when you closed the door. I wish you all the best. Thought you were my last. Just please can you let me pretend to forget. Don't ever come back to me again. Trying to forget you the best I can. It's too much to say. You threw us away. Nothing that could make you stay. Don't ever miss me anymore. You gave up on us when you closed that door. I wish you all the best. Just please can you let me pretend to forget. I wish you all the best. Thought you were my last. Just please can you let me pretend to forget. Oh. Think I'm addicted to your light. I swore I'd never fall again, but this don't even feel like falling. Gravity can't begin to pull me back to the ground again. It's like I've been awakened. Here comes a wave meant to wash me away, a tide that has taken me under. Swallowing sand, left with nothing to say, my voice drowned out in a thunder. But I won't cry, and I won't start to crumble. Whenever they try to shut me or cut me down, I won't be silenced. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless. Written in stone, every rule, every word. Centuries old and unbending. Stay in your place, better seen and not heard. But now that story's ending. 'Cause I cannot start to crumble. So come on and try to shut me and cut me down. I won't be silenced. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try. such a wondrous that made me. 'Cause I know that I won't go speechless. Oh no, it's I won't go speechless, speechless. You ran after me and called my name. Never wanna see you walk away. 'Cause one of these things is not like the others. Living in winter, I am your summer. Baby, don't wait. It is hard for me to look you in the eyes, but know that I will not give up. Yes, for you I'll always fight. It hurts me so much to hold back what I feel, but there's nothing I wouldn't do. I will do everything for you. I apologize even though I know you were wrong, and I know that you're moving on, so I sing this song because you mean so much, so very much, more than everything that I had. I'm forgetting the mistakes that you haven't yet made, and forgive you even if I know you won't do the same. Because for me, oh, yeah, you mean so much, more than my ego. It hurts me so much to hold back what I feel, but there's nothing I wouldn't do. I will do anything for you. I apologize even though I know you were wrong, and I know that you're moving on, so I sing this song because you mean so much, so very much, more than everything that I had. I'm forgetting the mistakes that you haven't yet made, and forgive you even if I know you won't do the same. Because for me, oh, yeah, you mean so much, more than my ego. I apologize even though I know you were wrong. And I know that you're moving on, so I sing this song because you mean so much, so very much, more than everything that I had. I'm forgetting the mistakes that you haven't yet made, and forgive you even if I know you won't do the same. Because for me, oh, yeah, you mean so much, more than my ego. Remember those walls I built? Well, baby, they're tumbling down. And they didn't even put up a fight. They didn't even make a sound. I found a way to let you in, but I never really had a doubt. Standing in the light of your halo, I got my angel now. It's like I've been awakened. Every rule I had you breaking. It's a risk that I'm taking. I ain't never gonna shut you out. Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your halo. I know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can feel your halo. I pray you won't fade away. I can feel your halo. I can feel your halo. Hit me like a ray of sun, burning through my darkness night. You're the only one that I want. Think I'm addicted to your light. I swore I would fall again, but this don't even feel like falling. Gravity can't begin to pull me back to the ground again. It's like I've been awakened. Every rule I had you breaking. It's a risk that I'm taking. I ain't never gonna shut you out. Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your halo. I know you're my saving grace. You're everything I need and more. It's written all over your face. Baby, I can feel your halo. I pray you won't fade away.
Okay, for all the participants, this is the last agenda for the fourth ICCGANT 2020. And please turn on the camera. We will take picture together. Please turn on the camera for all the participants.
Monggo Pak, kalau mau diisikan Pak.
Iya tah? Please turn on the camera. We will take picture together. Okay. Please mana? Okay. Okay. Enough. This is enough. One. Please smile. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks for all the participants. See you on the next ICCGANT, the 5th ICCGANT 2021. And see you. Goodbye. Bye to all. I'm so sorry and thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay. Bye. Bye all. Bye.
Bye all.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sudah. Stop streaming.